Hello. Good evening, the internet. Where I left off. Alice, forgive me, Fluffy. Couldn't stay there a moment longer. She's traumatized from that lady dying. Makes sense. I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, must fight it in my own way, with steel. Miss Alice, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Turn on my lights. That's what my green screen's peeking through. Oh, game crashed. I gotta wait for the waiting list again. Chew, chew, chew. All these people playing Star Wars. I kinda wanna play Star Wars. Ugh. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amaringa again. Barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. The wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Okay. Make any money? Well, speaking of which, turn on my ping pong again so I can notice if it breaks. What? Why is this being so slow to boot up? Starting note. Failed to read port from JSON file. Okay. Noted. Did I change the name to Stickman instead of Stickbomb? I did. Error log printed high, apparently. we need to get rid of. Well, as I was saying, if I see a thing that's busted real quick. What the heck? What's it? Why the fuck over there? The issue is ping pong. I'm looking for JSON file. That would be over here. Right? Why would this be different? Do I not have a... This one shouldn't be any different. Why did it break? Alright, whatever. Give me a different file, tried to read it. Shamani. I guess I'm the lowest one. This one's not seeing any movement. Maybe those things will sell someday. Whoa, half again. Okay. What was it? 725. 7250. Wrong thing. No longer making that much profit, but is this thing gonna sell? No. I didn't switch the view back. I was just looking at the markets. I sold two things. Cut the prices of all my tinctures. in half. Not that anybody is keeping track of my markets. My mission failed. Huh? 600. I guess I could probably level up my squad manually or something. It sounds so boring. Look at Pegasus. Prebiotic burps. Yui. What's this quest? Just woolly mosslings. Oops. Little red bird. Yeah, already full. Is there anything to buy? Okay. I don't know. Uh, this other half. Okay. I wonder if I ever did anything to get. Nope. Great. I didn't check if I had the progress quest. Oh, I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure the turtles are ahead, so. Yeah. Whoop. Okay, that's all of the dailies, I believe. Thank you for seeking me out, Fluffy. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction. You've still to visit Alpha now, haven't you? If I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success. If he hasn't already. Content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. Don't keep him waiting too long, eh? Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amara for passage to Colusia. I'll pick you out a friendly whelp. Amara are often used for travel, then. That's right. Mounts, like my gray friend over there, are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield. More accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you're plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Okay. Any Zin worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amara launch. One of the junior tamers will tend to you while I ready the mounts. You want to fly an Amara to Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Jinmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Colusia. Speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach, on the eastern coast of Colusia. Should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sea Eater attacks are far less prevalent. And the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It's the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance. As Ulmor, island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale. It was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Ulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority. While we are not at war, our relationship with Ulmor is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Nod. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. You head south along the coast. You will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ybor. Ybor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. I will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with Damaro until you are ready to return. Okay. Hobgoblin. Boop, boop, boop. This fishing village has its own teleport. Hello, Ybor. What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere. If you have a taste for them. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? I can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Ulmor is richer than all of Novrand together. Different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stiltide. That's the fishing village, just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Okay. Bum ba-dum, bum bum. This blue rock is very pink. It's your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Ale, mead, or water? Guess mead. What'll you be paying with? Gills. Well now, those are exotic. Where'd you come by coins like that? Sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north. Where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? Guess a common field? I don't know, commons, whatever. I guess it's a new world. I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Okay. What if I wanted mead, though? Ask the occupant is hard of hearing. Hear faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. They nod scraps of vegetables on the floor, suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Weird. Okay. Dum-ba-dum. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? He says he doesn't exist. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Ulmor? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. More than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Free mead! All I had to do was kill a bunch of bugs. That's a very blue bottle.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Moshi Mosh. Are they hiding Alphino from me? I know who it is.
'Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
We thought we'd lost you.
Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Must prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, Our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
Good old Urianger.
Requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course.
This is not the solution, this is
They
the
are
problem.
threats that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
Okay.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of
Yes.
the world, it is nonetheless...
That's true for the other world too.
authority.
For me.
If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Adventure.
And so we take to the road once more.
Oh. I was ready to take to the road once more. Here's what he said. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Ilmur, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here, we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. Okay. Just gonna abandon the ladies' bar. That's a big iguana. Lucia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I have a similar impression of the Crystarian. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. Quickly! There's trouble afoot. Manic Madame. I don't think the fates you... Look out! You didn't look out. I knew it was there. Forgiven cowardice. Or heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. I see the situation well in hand. Fine work. Lame-ass excuse. You alright, madame? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were. I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Ulmer with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. "'Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Ulmer's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters?" Ah yes, Alisaia would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Arang, Calusia is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. Northwest. Close? Probably up on that hill. Those scrappy wolves. Frost frickin' brick. There's gotta be one over here that I missed. Do I care? Yeah. Still don't know what those blue things are about. Malt stash. Here we go. Here we go now. Altasch. Bum, 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 bum. Right. Go. Ah. I now better understand the movements of the wind. Ooh. So windy. This is the closest thing is across there. It's wild. Into another one. That ugly ass land fish.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Look. That guy does not match his voice.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
He's trying to check me out.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Whee. Jesters.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another, we may not at all. What about that girl?
What's the winner bomb?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
Well, the bag's
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
The Sea of Endeavor. People are surprisingly happy
Look
for
at those
her.
expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident.
Oh. That's what the bags are
For
for.
you.
That's why they're excited.
Enjoy.
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
What are you looking at? During that cutscene, I was thinking of things that the program is currently ready for me to work on. That I want to get done. I don't know why I'm doing that right now. But just to kind of get a list of things that I want to get done that I can start working on. Which is make the visuals for the ping pong line. Join, it says they joined, and maybe there's a little line that shows up somewhere. I don't know how to do it. I'll just get into that. Get a voice to text feed so I can take what I say and feed it to my AI and just generally my program for things I might want to do with that. I don't know. Make text to speech work so that stream can hear things that my program wants to say, which would include things that stream wants to say, although that's stage 2, so it doesn't go on the list yet. Make a wheel for picking stuff, which could include this to-do list. Have the things on this to-do list on the wheel to pick a thing, but also will include the games I want to play. I want to play variety games. Make a save function so I can keep these lists, the wheel lists and the bingo board lists. Probably move function. Maybe just have an update button on the bingo. Update button. Yeah. Anyways. So I'll work on the story for a bit and then think, work on the lists thing first. Planned. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Ilmor's current ruler came into power. Yet, from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. I mean, if they want to stick with the current system, it's not like they're getting food. Fine. Might not be getting enough food, but that's up to them. Whether or not they stick with the system or work on something else. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Ilmor's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. So it's drugs. I guess that would make it nefarious if they're addicted to the mule, not just happy with it. Worried waif. Aspiring songstress. Tio. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, mule, you realize, floating otherwise plain broth. Sure. I don't know why that's a thing I care about, but... Preoccupied petticoat. Kind of a rude name for a person, but whatever. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Should probably have some kind of skill or something if you're trying to get in. Not just being preoccupied. And a woman? You were just hoping to seduce your way in? By being identifying as an article of clothing? You've seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of mule, and believe Ilmor is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. Coming at this moralistically, which I disapprove of. But, like, he's probably going to be proven right because it seems like it's addictive, which is a bummer. And a gripe with the writing I have, I guess. Disapprove? Oh, I asked. You disapprove of these people's way of life? He says, disapprove. It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. Not that it matters, however unjust the system seems to me. These people claim to be content with their lot. It is hardly my place to criticize their choices. Okay, now he's speaking sense. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Ilmor's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Just leave. Go somewhere else. Nay, I'm not convinced that Ilmor's generosity truly serves the best interests of Colucia's people. I'm not so naive to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Eilmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Fluffy. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagi. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls, an attractive business venture for any prospective investor. Would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Eilmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. If you say so. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Won't you help me make the exchange? Stupid devices making stupid noises at me. I hate it. Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, though. Must pay a visit to Moshamoa, a supplier in Wright. It's just to the northwest of here. Is that where we came from? Well, learning another lesson, Alphino. About speaking up too soon. The Whales Beach. Straight north. Yeah, that would look like it is. What are you? Good eyes. Okay. And rail. Weird name for a bird. It's fat. Maybe rail means ball in this universe. Bum, bum, bum. Soundtrack things we want to play. That's a fate. Moshamoa. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate, Fluffy. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. Lackey? I know of no such person. Misto lad. Short blue hair? No? Said he'd come on your behalf, but since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Found it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. This charlatan was here not long ago. He cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the path. I shall take the west. I suppose he stole from us, so that is a reason. The toucan peacock was named Rail. That would make some sense. This is a vantage point. Search the surroundings for a male mistel. What the fuck mistel is, but I'm assuming it's you. Located your quarry. How lucky that he had blue hair. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else with blue hair in this game. Funny posture. Fluffy, any sign of him? Click on the thingy. Get a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Like that. It's a great plan. I'll be right back. Swedish. Windmill. It's so hard for me. Seems like this village is pretty chill. Desperately trying to get through the gate, instead producing stuff and supplying those people in the city. And there's probably addiction involved. So, yes, we should help. But the explicit narrative is just that we're busybodies. Hello, Mr. Catman.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I've no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one
skill.
here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
Steal the idea, not the food.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Ulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Get in. But we don't want to stay. So why don't we just say, hey, wait a week. I'll be back. You can take over. I'll even make the introductions.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death.
No, it wasn't.
I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
It wasn't good.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Just literally. Quite possibly. Dumbass.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you. Shall we
Sure.
return to right then?
Maybe Alphino does want to stay in there. In which case,
Is that?
something.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on. They may need our help.
Good. I wonder if I can burn that somehow. Oh, thing like that. Yeah. Shadow Vault. Probably up here, right? Southwest. Let's suppose. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Calf splitter. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray, keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, just hanging out here. Officer, I was dead. Never to repay this kindness. We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. Okay. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them. But when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vothry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamned ocean. Up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? And ask me, luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous, and the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vothry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. First, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Way into the city. ... Question? There's a jumping fire-based attack to target all enemies nearby. Let's see. First enemy, blah blah blah. Can only be executed while under the effects of Life of the Dragon. Can't be executed while in battle. I accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmore and Elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. If I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Be certain, this is your livelihood. I cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint it. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession. I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Okay. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristel has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant? Then it is settled. All we need do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. I do look like a painter's assistant. Oh, who are you? Forgive me. It's not often we see travelers in right, what with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worry for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard, and he's as strong as a Talos. He has been gone a while, though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? Okay. Excuse me, but you're the gentleman Alphina was traveling with, aren't you? Sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Ah, Fluffy. How lovely to meet you. My name is Euless, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. Thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you could provide an escort? My thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray, meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Okay. Already in combat. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along, before more predators have a chance to gather. Are things leveling up to me now? Oh, maybe this is a quest that spawned late because of the level. No. Thank you for the escort, Fluffy. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Salute! Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Ah, well, if it isn't Cliff Toll's little girl, something I can do for you, lass? Yes, sir? I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role. The rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea in exchange for a few small tasks. Will, please, just tell me what I need to do. My friend Clifftall, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing? Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? Cutting rope. That shouldn't be too difficult. I had only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Something is unsettling about her bed. Perhaps he's dead? Perhaps he's a villain of some form? Bum 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 bum. Good day to you, young Euless. You look a little flustered, dear. Is there something I could help you with? A good day to you, madame. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. Cool. I have several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me, exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadow, save me. Forgive me. If you're to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Clifftall, who was the former mayor of Wright, and the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin-eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Yulmore. Sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience, until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Siluk, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? What delusional man to be mayor? It's an interesting call. Say, Luke, sir, you brought the sickle you asked for? Oh, good, good. Old Clifftall will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Fluffy. This might be harder than I expected. I'm grateful to have you with me, Fluffy. Thank you again. Say, Luke, sir, I believe you had more tasks for me. Still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a Talos of mine that's taking far too long to make its return. Probably busy tussling with some dim-witted predator. Go and see how it fares, and chase off anything slowing it down. But all the... Oh, you mean that Talos. Pray, follow my lead, Fluffy. You'll find the Talos in question to the southwest of here. And I've no doubt there'll be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. Instruction. What squirrel? Glad you were here. You must have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Siluk implied the Talus was still moving. As you can see, once upon a time, there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which incidentally is how the Slow Road supposedly earned its name. But after Daedalus Stoneworks closed down some 15 summers ago, there was no one left to make or maintain their creations. One by one, the Talos slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during that stray eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an ilm ever since. It was always Siluk's favorite. Come, let us make our report. Siluk, sir. Fluffy has cleared away the pests who are bothering your Talos. Should be left alone for the time being. Ah, excellent news. But I expect he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh? Oh, sir. Done me a fine service. Thank you. Indeed, thank you, Fluffy. I never could have fought such creatures myself. I might impose upon you for the next task as well. Thank you again for staying. Honestly, could not do this without you. Siluk, sir, were there any more tasks you had for us? Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hull as a gift for my darling wife. She went out for her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood. I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her then. Well, Fluffy, will you accompany me to the Cape for some flower picking? Let me guess. She died. AJ. Look how well built. It's a nice boat, too. Yeah, something I can do for you, stranger. Beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hull, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand? So I reckoned it was better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined, I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. I'm sprinkling powder. Okay. That would make sense if we were trying to decrease friction. But if it's not moving at all, seems a little pointless. What do I know? That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood, but just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. It's not to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, if you could let the noise know I'll be done within the hour, then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. It's magic powder. Rock and roll. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. Should tell you about Sayaluk's wife. I don't care. She was killed in the Eater incident, although I imagine you already suspected as much. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up this cape, hand in hand. She would gaze out over the flowers with this warm, contented smile. Sayaluk himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she were a princess, and he her gallant knight. I'm sorry, it's just... Is Sayaluk fit to serve as mayor? There are none who care for Wright and his people more than he. The villagers and I are certain that Sayaluk will rise to the occasion. It just needs a little more time. It has been but a year. We are all still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces, and others are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Sayaluk, I fear, is one of the latter. But if a bouquet of flowers is what it takes to help him work through his sadness, then I would pick every bloom from this cape. Will you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Pray think of it as a tribute to the deceased. Trying to pick flowers here, bird. A beautiful bloom. They're fishing or just hanging out there? Seems like it's just hanging out there. He's a himbo enjoyer, which is a funny guild name. Let's see what we have. Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you. Sayaluk will be pleased. Let's take them back to Stonegazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. Snake. Boom. So right then, well that's a relief. Right's had its share of troubles, and a wife does worry. What, yet you help him strip planks? Cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. Woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please take this for your kindness. We made it, and the flowers are none the worse for wear. Siluk, Fluffy, and I have returned with the bouquet for your wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now perhaps she will come. She will come back to... Sir. Euless, forgive me. I have asked such cruel things of you. I must apologize to you as well, Fluffy. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only company. I could not even save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like the nightmare it was, but I succeeded only in hurting those around me. I understand why you did what you did, sir. Truly I do. You always were such a sweet child. I will place the flowers you brought on her grave. She would have loved them. As for me assuming the role of mayor, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Fluffy, if you could give me a moment or two. Is it a blue moment or two? I don't know what the hell I unlocked by doing this. Thank you for your patience, Fluffy. Siluk still appears to be wrestling with his thoughts, but perhaps we can help him come to a decision. Sir, I don't mean to press you, but might you have arrived at an answer to my proposal? Not exactly, no. There's another matter I have yet to reconcile. Do you mind sharing this matter with us? Well, it goes back to the day that the Eater attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout here at Stonegazer. It's a duty we take very seriously. They say when the tower was originally built, in the time before the flood, they were worried about dwarves and mountain bandits, but these days... Yes, there is far worse prowling around, and I failed to spot it. The Sin Eater, which came that day, did not appear as the other monstrosities I have seen. From a distance, it simply looked like a person. I wanted to be sure before I rang the warning bell, but I waited too long. Many who could have fled died because of my hesitation. How could a man of such faulty judgment ever serve you as mayor? What comfort can I offer those whose loved ones were needlessly slain? None. Not whilst the abomination itself yet roams free to kill again. You would take vengeance on our behalf. That is good, for we were powerless before its might. Should the Eater show its cursed face again, then I pray you are as strong as you appear. I know nothing of the roads you have walked, or the battles you have fought, so I but echo what Siluk has said. Our prayers will be for your victory. Sir, you've heard Fluffy's words. Talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either living or dead, hold you responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet I cannot fault you for wanting to remain distant. Pray, forgive me for pestering you so. Nay, 'tis I who should beg forgiveness. Though you've lost as much as anyone, I left you to shoulder the burden of leadership alone. All will be well with you back among us again. Come, let us return to the village. As I've said, it's unsafe to linger out here for long. Fluffy, one last escort back to Wright, if you would. Thanks for your protection, Fluffy, not to mention your unfailing patience. It is my hope that now Siluk has unburdened his mind to us, his heart will be that tiniest bit lighter. I, for one, feel ready to face another day. After all, I have my friends and neighbors here to help me face it. Ah, there was one last thing I wanted to show you both and Siluk. It has to do with Wright's traditional industry. If you're interested in taking a look. Oh good, I was worried you'd had enough of me. My last errand for you, then, will be to have a word with Siluk and bring him to the barley fields at the front of the village. I'll be there tending to the crops until you arrive. That doesn't really help. Ah, Fluffy, I'm grateful for your understanding and the flowers you brought. My wife would have very much approved of the selection. Now, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Euless wants me there as well, does she? We had best head over to the fields then. This is what I wanted to show you. This barley crop right here. This was your father's plot, wasn't it? And you've been tending to it in his absence? Every single day, I wanted to see his plans come true. His plans? Yes, he dreamed of restoring things to how the history books said they once were, before the flood ruined everything. Our village has long been known as a place of artisans. Even the name, Wright, is a nod to all the craftsmen that once made their home here. In years gone by, it said a line of talus would stretch down the road, arms bearing lumber, and the shipyard would echo with the calls of shipwrights hard at work. And when the day was done, they would gather here to share an ale in the village. My father, he'd hoped to brew that traditional Wright ale with the barley from this crop. One day tap a barrel with his family and dear friends and raise a toast, sob, to the future. Yeah. Stupid bug. ... Siluk, Fluffy. Will you raise a mug with me when that day comes? Probably not. Of course I will. Solemn nod. Happy solemn nod. Excuse me. Ah, but my dear girl, the land here does not nourish the crops as it once did. I fear it will be some time ere you'll have barley fit for the ale you have in mind. In the meantime, will you help me with the rest of Clifton's plans? The rest? He wanted things the way they once were, did he not? And we must first recover from the tragedy which was visited upon us. There is no simple solution, but I mean to do what I can to lead our community out of this mire of pain and grief. Is it Daly's group? Assuming you are still willing to have me as mayor. Yes, of course, sir. Thank you. I was set to live out the rest of my life in denial. But you and Euless have opened the eyes of this old fool to what needs to be done. For that, you have my thanks. Now, I had best get to work. I have folk to talk to and plans to make. When you're finished here, Euless, I should appreciate your assistance. Well, Fluffy, I think this is where we finally part ways. Thank you again for all you have done for us. The people of Right will go on, even under the weight of our sorrow. Might not happen this day or the next, but together we'll find ways to make things better, to recapture the prosperity that this village once had. I look forward to when you next visit. With any luck, I'll be waiting to put a frothing mug of Right brewed ale in your hand. Why was that blue? Did they just want me to know about that story? That's weird. What's that story? Yellow bird. Story time. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed the peddler who made pearls from a plum. And now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I've only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha, ho ho, flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? well-wisher, or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I'll go with him, or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. Matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Ulmor's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the mule! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place.
Drunk man.
Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share.
So awkward way.
Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. Magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way. So you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. What's up with this place? There's also gate people. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation and announce nice loud voice. Clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in envy of yourself, fellow man, then by all means take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginnings of your new life in paradise. Jonglier. These jongliers. Bureau of Immigration, was it? Suppose we had better show ourselves, willing for the time being. Little door, the big door. I do always love that. Symbols like here. Hello. Seems like a big rigmarole for a place that lets in like one person a day. Welcome to Ilmar, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphina, an artist, and this is Fluffy, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Ilmor are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of the lawfree, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You'll be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? Two patrons, actually. Chai Nuz and Dulia Chai. A Mistel company, whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Well, now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. The Chais are special characters, or the Lord Vorthus, or whatever. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Ilmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. I really need 2 rooms for immigrating in 1 person a day. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Fluffy, artisan's assistant. Be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. Think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Sniff, sniff. Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Probably fair. Proceed directly to the delusory, next door, and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourself with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornin, guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I didn't realize we were so aromatic. It has been like 3 wars since I presumably showered. My goodness. Rinse yourself clean. Stream of water. Just in my arm. Sure. Perfume. Okay. Oh, it's in my inventory. That makes sense. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. You've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Shower stinky. Fine, just a quick rinse then. I was like that when I was in junior high too, Alphino. I get it. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? New patrons. Ornini. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Ilmor spend their days. So, if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Okay, Cornine. Got to unlock all the things. That's funny. Okay. Hell yeah, fat cat.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Sniff me, old lady.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'Tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
It's handed Commander Precon during that cutscene. I was inspired to see what cards are in it. It's kind of cool. Now you have the opportunity to experience Ulmar. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city, top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Ahem. Hello, amiable maiden. Oh, hello there. A first register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Ahem. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief. Now, I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Suppose as far as needy rich people go, that's fairly amiable. Search for ardent attendant. Brenda Sue. What's up, nerd? Tickle, tickle, tickle! Coochie, coochie, coo. Wait, no. I wanted to see if I could actually tickle him. For the memes. Wicked white. That was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. Thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Ulmar, does he not have eyes? Thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in the Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you will be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. My tenant told me everything. I'm so very grateful. You were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Ilmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes, upon registration, of all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Some feats. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? And you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Beats. Smilodon. Smilodon. Bum, 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 bum. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's a nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Okay. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. Flip one of yours. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? You're told to be higher or lower than mine. Low, I guess. Going with low, then. Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 14, and you have less than that. Total of 7. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, and we'll talk about that favor. Okay. Mini games. Another match of high or low. Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Wait, last time I got 7. I had a 1. Is there any duplicate cards? Seems like maybe there aren't duplicate cards. Let's see, if he has 3, I have 5 and 4. 9. Yeah. I have 3 and 5. It's 10. It's 4. It's 9. I lose. So I need both 3 and 4 to win. Alright, let's see what we've got. Nope, nope, okay, there's 7. Damn it. Hey. I don't actually know what the the limits are of this game. Oh well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory's yours, as is the prize I promised. Come, whisper in my ear then. Don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vothry was born with the power to command them, which means no Ilmorin need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Is that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharn over there. There's not that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Holds 9 cards. Okay. It does change. I want to do one more with correct understanding of the odds. Nine. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna go high. Could have 1 and 4 though. Nope. Damn. More than twice. Is there any reason to do this? Probably not. I'm doing it anyways. I count numbers. Probably high. Stupid card minigame. It's a little bit more risky. I mean, I'm basically 1 away from it. Yeah, so I guess it's not that risky. Was that? New to Ilmar, you say? Haha, only just arrived, and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting. You need to slow down, enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Dance on the mark on stage. Itch. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Oh yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. More an army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now. The old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Ilmor, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who will insist on fighting their losing battles. Toast to Lord Vothru. You gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alphino will be expecting your return. Okay. Oh, you returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Got his pretty close to old stuff going together. I've put together an ensemble out of garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? No. They just happen to pick the same vibe. Oh, goodness gracious me. That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. Truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? Happened to painting. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not... That is to say, as long as you... Ugh. Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. You know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Hell yeah, she's living brat summer. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Becoming property didn't give me permission to this, right? Yeah. This prison? What the hell is this? Are you in jail or are you getting stuck? Looks like he's getting stuck. Weeping Warbler. Sob. Sniff. That's my impersonation of those two things combined, apparently. Mosquito? You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I'm making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then sob. I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Theorach. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of mule to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okay. I don't know why she can't. She's also bonded, presumably. But, sure. You need medicines, tonics, potions. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face. You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. Town of nightmares it is, not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, I'm content to scurry around down here, and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my mule. Good day. Alright. Southeast Derricks. Chicken Child. Lucia is now an option. You done fucked. Did you get my medicine? Is that it? What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So, you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. You needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. And I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. That paradise, where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it's a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course, why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. She about to get turned into a light zombie. Ascension. You must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vothry's grace that the free people of Eulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within the host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothry truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Restaurant room. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I began sketching an outline for the portrait, but, nay, the chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Vothry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary in his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? What in the blazes? So unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now, fetch a blank canvas and... ugh. Arg. I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city, but our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. What? Malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent. The level above us where Lord Vothry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. Just one plump man.
That's him. That's Vothry.
Yeah, that's funny. They use the... There's a bloated version of... What's the guy's from 7? What's his name?
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vothry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Nurem is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society. To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kai Shia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise.
Did he get it by fraud?
That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
I thought we were actually able to get pearls. What happened to that?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Satyrs. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And honestly, I'm still kind of on this other guy's side.
And people call this paradise.
Like, yeah, he's a tyrant, but there was a contract, and apparently it didn't happen.
A particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
So at least it's a fair tyrant.
An artiste. Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
The whole Sheer like plot line was dumb from start to end. Like, first off, if we actually are able to produce pearls and we just wanted to get into the city, we could have done that, looked around for a bit, and then when we leave,
What you need is
gave him the reins of the pearl
to the horror
thing.
I see before me far better than I ever could.
But apparently the pearls were fake or something. I don't know. I'm on... What's the guy?
Did that little worm just insult me?
Fantasy 7 Mafia guy. Don Corneo. Yeah.
I'll kill them all.
I'm on that Don Corneo side.
Minds. I torment them, torture them, then tear out their hearts.
The hell is that? Oh, that's probably Bankrupt. That was a shit show for no good reason. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. I didn't actually watch the trailer for this thing. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Calusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I've done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. Again, what happened to the pearls? There has to be like a mistranslation or some shit, because this just doesn't make any sense. Okay, give me everything. Even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and said, now Lord Vothry wants us all dead. I don't get it. Why not come back with us to Crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Ilmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. You take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alright, so maybe... Alphado. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? You have the entire city looking for you. Took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothry and vouch for your character. I'm sure you can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Liu Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us in the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. Gasp, I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return. I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. What a weird thing, from their perspective, for him to say. Does that mean I could learn the thing now? Go back in? What was I gonna say? Oh, maybe the thing that was mistranslated was just like the explanation of how he botched it. Oh, I can't. Okay. mean, maybe, but having a pearl pipeline kind of does. Like you say, hey, look at all these pearls. I can keep getting you all these pearls. But yeah, maybe that's where the plan eluded him. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. It's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for. Our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothry and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Well, I guess they didn't say explicitly that the dudes would keep giving them pearls. But Alphino did say that's what he was going to say when he got in the city. So maybe they did say that he'd keep getting pearls. I don't know. Whatever. Why is there a glow around me? Is it nighttime? Is that why there's a glow around me? You have business with the Crystal Exarch? Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time. But I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. You've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
What Alphino just said.
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness.
Stabbing them.
Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
That's not true.
I have a feeling Yulmul might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters.
Well, I guess maybe ants in this world are different.
Is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies. Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
You sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
This guy still feels like a villain to me.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Dark. We had water. We had earth. I think there was fire. Was the moon? What did they call the moon? Did that have an element? I think that one was fire. That looks like dark. Where's that one? Yeah.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told.
Sure.
Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Are they primals?
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Thanks, Russian Bunny.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphinaud and Alize as well.
My lord.
prey
Funny
and lend us some
salute.
strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Oldminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland. We had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium, crossroads northwest of the Ascensor Gate. I shall lead you there myself. Okay. The Land of Purple. It's weird how many monsters are behind their gate. I see thing to attune, I attune. Forest of the Lost Shepherd. All set. Follow this road north. We will arrive at the northern staging point. Village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. I was just going back to Regis Mars. Now I travel with no music. Oh yeah. Funny little bow-legged lizard. Old Minster Switch is past these gates and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. It is not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarian, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that the Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. It does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. Can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman, perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. You must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden-slaying party shall include myself, the Leveilleurs, Captain Lena, and last but not least... Punches. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once you reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. Strike to kill. Assuming this is a dungeon. Okay. Why is it teaching me this? Okay. Well, while I wait for that, the first thing I wanted to do was make a database for saving lists of things. How do I want to do that? aren't you letting me make a new folder? Okay. List. I'm a good namer. Name good. Yep, used. List. Oh, it changed it for me. Oh, nice. Cool. Now I want like select to that when I get to that. This thing can do what with the database? ChatGPT, make database for me, please. It's not gonna make any difference, but modify this to include a database. Does that even make sense? Make a table for each category? Teams. Unsegmented lists. A list name. Oh yeah, I did want to use SQLite 3. Thanks for noticing. What's this? First name, content. I guess that just makes sense. Just have a text content, sure. So content from this. This name is the thing. Insert or replace. Also add function to hit the current listeners and allow the listeners to be categorized by web page name. Programming where I don't actually have to think about syntax is so nice. I mean, I do have to think about syntax sometimes, but I don't have to like actually go through it. Select insert or replace list names. Bing bang boom. That looks pretty good to me. Cool. List name content. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's all good. Now I want to see. I want you to update this thing. Update this page to include the ability to populate based on a list. Populate. What do I call it here? Populate. Input container. Yeah. Populate input container based on database using a drop down that lists all options generated from Bingo and input new list custom name. Hell yeah. I have to not copy the whole thing, apparently. That's fine. What happens if I place all the stuff above the script? Oh, existing styles. Shit. Okay. All of the stuff above the script. Is there anything else that says existing? Two styles. Great, great. Script. Generate. So insert this chunk, presumably. Change. Find this. It's in this now, I think. Yeah. Yeah. No, not doing anything. Alright, what the hell does this code do? Save new list is called new list name value trim. List name. Trees. Nothing happened. Oh, what's happening? Did set the word? Yeah, okay. Test. The array. 404 lists. 3000 list test. So lists. Is that the whole thing? several columns, isn't there? Okay. List. Fetch list names. Oops. Just because it doesn't know that, yeah. Okay, try this again. I lost my list. Frick. Ah. Oop. Voodoo. Was save successful. There is a to-do. Okay, so how do I populate now? On change. So it has to change, which it can't do if there's only one. Make it so this load without a change as well. And also make it so a list. Also make so update existing list. I'm not sure why it stopped generating there. Sorry. Oh, Alice A. How's it going? Search photos when updated. List, update list, web list, that's list, stuff. Anything below this? Oh, this. Oh, got rid of my list somehow. Oh. To reach the Replaced with this. Actually need to update it. Just want you to be aware of that for the future, Mr. ChatGPT. Load list. Max. This one's done. Update list. Sick beans. Yeah. Make a new page. What is this? Segment. And oh, because I have to modify it. Anyway. Right. Display two lists. I'm struggling to create new things. Do um, 404, huh? Get. Oh. Shit broke. Where'd my ping pong stop? I don't know why ping pong stop. Just didn't want to go, I guess. Just killed that poor bear. I have my third move in my AoE. Back down. Someone help. Why did this gremlin not get changed? And why is he just hanging out with all of them? Lee. It's my old friend. Sad. Why do I have ping pong balls on my head? I guess it was to say I was fourth. Once again, fourth. Better actually. Ilya. Bags back. Boing, boing. Boing, boing. Bleh. Fourth guy's already gone. Oh, fourth guy's disconnected. Alright.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Your light.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Yes, behold me, bunny girl.
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
It'd be wild to just have one day night
Is that
become a thing.
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other Wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the Source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the Wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Sounds like a glorious adventure. Yeehaw!
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
Catch strays, Alphino.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
I've justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Well, lady, that means it's time to switch. Gun. Now, as for how we proceed from here, Villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Fluffy, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as a legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Eulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vothri responds to all of this. My thanks. We cannot freely celebrate your success. Pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown. Yes? As you wish, my lord. The penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. That settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think. You'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. Start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. Wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. Staying behind as well, there's something I need to check on in Holminster. You already went through the village top to bottom, I'll say. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest. Not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. That means you as well, Fluffy. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. Promise to find you later, when I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? To remember how to play this class. That's more than I want to go looking around for. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. What the hell? I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Fluffy. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alisea both. That was a weird conversation. It was like responding to himself. As if he disagreed with himself. And he suggested I walk around also? Why? What can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other stumbling soul in the city? They sell lanterns in this world? I see. Well, Captain Lina can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying a message for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Holminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make himself known. Sure, Glynnard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Yeah, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks around the house. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Gahaha! To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. First real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up, and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the warrior of darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glynnard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. Attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They are a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying. Even more than most. By the warden. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors. Well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, They're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the warrior of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there, with the oversized sword, is grandson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mistel lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He's just lost a partner. It seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Gjot, dwarf and drunkard both, wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom? I've seen my share of competent veterans. You have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. Okay. So one of you wants a tank. Wait. Branson wants a tank. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? And where besides, eh? Rest assured, I've no secret designs. Name's Granson, bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. That right? Nope. Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are, or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norvant. Prize, you say? Jibber jabber. Thought that'd grab your attention? Dick Yoskins, the fiend I'm after. One of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them. Stop me if you've heard all this before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process, only to return relatively recently as a sin eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dikyosin with me? Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are. For my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. Guess I might as well pick up the other one too. you wouldn't happen to be a guy. Yes, of course you are. Tis plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of man I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name's Lurik, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter. Will have you know, nay, I'm not wont to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin-eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend, one of the 4 cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater. I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have a mind to recruit. Feign interest. Aha! I knew you would be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You'll be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I am certain you are the right man for the job, it is only meet that I put your skills to the proof. Simple tests should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. You got some whack pants, my friend. If anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar. But will you be retiring to your quarters? Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. Let's talk to our friend.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye.
Yes.
Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
You have some very blue eyes, Mr. Barland, or whatever your name is.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's
Is it-
here. I must go to him.
Is it Dark Nymphilia? Daggers. Inside of an Imperial Magitech facility in the source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Cerestinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Cerestinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers,
You are welcome to join us.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radians said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it, Ulmar has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Person on this side somewhere. Barge into everyone's room. So. Eggy. Hail, sinner. Might this old woman impose upon you to travel to Fort Job in her stead? My son Chafwick is with the guard out there, and I have a package for him that wants delivering. I'd go myself, but my knees simply aren't up to the task. Okay. Oh, time to get promoted again. No, wait, that doesn't make any sense because I'm back to level 70. There he is, the Star Hunter of Clan Nutsy himself. Bagged yourself a goodly number of 3 nut marks, have we? But it's not enough, is it? Don't deny it. Nay, you need to experience it all, the terrifying lows, the dizzying highs, the creamy middles. And they need it too, if not more. Why else would those Umoran bastards offer bigger and bigger bounties? They're waiting for you to slip up, just once, to give them a spectacular death, but you won't go quietly. Oh no, you'll bleed them for every last gill, and then some. And soon you'll have the chance to do so on an entirely different scale. How, you ask? By slaying elite marks. That's how. They're like nothing you've ever faced before, wild and unpredictable, possessed of surpassing strength and guile. Many are the men who have left to slay such fiends, never to return. But their failures will only serve to season the dish that is your victory. The greater the risk, the greater reward, intrinsic and extrinsic, no? Which is why you must speak with Zilly before further delay. Oh, it's you. Come to beg permission to hunt elite marks? That I cannot grant. The other day, our very own leader fell in battle with such a beast. Torn to shreds and devoured, nary a trace remained to be buried. I cannot in good conscience allow one of our most promising hunters to throw their life away as he did. For now, I must insist that you content yourself with 3 nut marks. Now wait just a gosh darned minute. There's a mule. Wicked white, but you're Nutsy, your fearless leader, still alive and kupoing. No? But Haldor described in exacting detail how the beast snatched you out of the air, how as you struggled to free yourself in vain you were disemboweled and depalmed. Certainly not. As you can see, I am the picture of perfect health, Kupo. No thanks to that villain Haldor, though. I'd say he was the aspiring depalmer, considering how many times he nearly chopped it off in the midst of our battle with that elite mark. Rather think you have only yourself to blame for that. After all, was it not you who encouraged him and the others to strike you down and claim leadership? Aye, aye, for the thrill of it, which he gave me, and then some, even if only by his poor attempts at treachery. That weakling wouldn't last a moment against me in a stand-up fight. As you may have gathered, it takes a certain character to rise within the highest echelons of the clan. You've got to eat, sleep, and breathe danger. You've got to love putting it all on the line against elite marks and elite hunters besides. You've got to be bloody mad. So congratulations, Fluffy, you're in. You sure this is wise? Wise Schmize. He's a killer. I want to see him kill. I want to see him die. Wah! Ah! More blood for Clan Nutsy. More blood, Kupo. It's that ridiculous philosophy that's losing us hunters by the boatload. How are we supposed to build a sustainable organization when you keep encouraging people to kill themselves in the most violent and pointless ways possible? Well, you see, the thing is... I just wanted to say that you may be the most promising new hunter I've seen in ages. Brilliant work out there. Really marvelous. Jolly good. And on that note, goodbye. One day I'm going to rip that palm off your head and shove it down your goddamn throat, you furry little shite. Anyway, you may now hunt elite marks. Do try not to die, and if you happen to run into our fearless leader in the field, kill her. You have business with the Crystal Exarch?
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yule Moran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Yule Moran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
We're hiding.
imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmor's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmor chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphinaud, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmor has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Sorry, generations of Minfilias?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you. Alphinaud, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Whoa. Yes. If you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I've finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter. And the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Should, I say, for while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place. Despite my best efforts, in short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. Book does not appear to be here. Book does not appear to be here. Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of the illustrated tale of the Oracle of Light. Have you found the book? Here you go. Yes, this is the one. Hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. Happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado then, began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrand. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet, with her dying breath, she whispered into her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed the self-same eyes, that self-same hair, and those self-same powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmor, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrand on numerous occasions, and were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories of, or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care, or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name. for by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Ilmor had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Ulnorn's best interest for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Warren. Might I trouble you for a word, Fluffy? Outside? What? How do I have to do the clasp thing? No. I just have to level up once. Interesting. Well, on that note, I have to go back to doing my programming. Why am I getting a 404 on this thing? Back to this. Also, where is this console log happening? Where could it be happening? A server somewhere? Ah. Where did my to-do list get? guess I could make it so. Yeah, I don't actually care. Doesn't like crash it or anything. Whatever. That's not good. Two to one. What? 6 also have an issue. Error fetching tasks. Oh no. Yeah. Undefined. Fetch list to do. Not sure what happened to this list I had before. That's okay, I guess. Speech to text. Text to speech. Yeah, look at that. It's the same if I name a thing to do, huh? It's okay. It's only keeping one. False. Do anything? List is let's fix the saving mix. Ensure that movable items are saved correctly by appending new items to the existing list rather than overriding it. Add visual representation. Whether their complete state can be toggled. That's right. Still not seeing a second item. Can toggle them though, it's kind of fun. This happens, right? Things to do. Hello. Bugs the frick out. How do I call this one? ChatGPT was click. Interesting. I'm all in on this thing. Okay, I want to start going faster. Fascinating. To do. Explains all the things it did. That's kind of cool. It. This needs to be its own thing, but this went. Let's do 500. This part worked. Three values. Do content streaming to do. An error here. What happened? Finishes that side. Comes back to there. I'm searching for a different list to do. What's happening there? Back to the 500 error. This terminal server error. Comes in here and soft speech to text, soft finished. It doesn't do either of these. Okay, it does. Okay. Well, this does not match any. I have some feedback for you, Mr. Jibbit. post into here. Oh. 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 Bing, bang, boom, baby. Select for view. Those things do I want? Oh. Ping pong line indicator. Hell yeah. Wonder. Option from the list. Displays selected. Populate. With list. Stage similar to bingo list using the database. Let's see if it's able to do this. I'm very curious. Last time I had it generate visuals for me, it inspired me to do this whole stick figure thing. And selected. Curious what this is gonna look like. Okay. This, but want it. I'm fine with it, I suppose. Enter an item. Check, and that's there. Has to be a quarter. Huh. Final Fantasy 15. Okay. Yes. Both. Well. Okay. Whoa. What is happening? Yes. Shows selected option being selected. I love getting into trying to invent visuals. So kind of like that the words get wonky. That didn't change anything. It's very funny. Just kind of trying. Unexpected token E. And do it by hand. Let me change this. Make it so drop this all of real lists selected. Real things. Falling apart. Time for a new ChatGPT. Just occurred to me that I want this to be different. Not what I meant, but I guess that's okay. So far. Check. Okay. Just doing the thing that's there currently. Sure. Basically anything. Go leave. Ta-da. This test. Um, um, um. Okay. Guess I prefer this one. Okay. Oh, busted up everything. Cool. I think telling it to forget works, but see if I made any money. Not particularly. Creepy. Continue generating. Ping pong is really struggling here. Seem to be maybe the counter is getting too high. Okay, let's see. To do update did before I go see about memory leaks or something. Guess I'm okay with that. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Way to be cool, ChatGPT. Making a cool thing. Speech to text. Select all. Ping on you visual. Ping on memory leak? Question mark? Go. I want to do these things tonight, though. That's the question. Well, not really, but I will every time. Wait, does it no longer pause when it does a long, or when it finishes a game? Let's hide that for a minute. The comeback. Does Twitch win? Game point. Twitch has a mean serve. Oh, YouTube pulls it off. Okay, so it still does a big pause. Great. Where's that happening? I'm hearing weird noises. Oh, something outside. Probably the boogie monster. Oh, right here. So now, I'll do count equals 0. Count equals 0. Call that a day. Right? Nice. All right. I think that's me for tonight. It's a table end game. Well, I will see you later, the internet.